Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I wanted to share something briefly. This is a vague thing, but I thought it was interesting nonetheless. Blake Duval asked how many positives and negatives were before the time skip and how many were after. So story-wise, it's about half and half. You know, obviously there's some stuff that's agnostic, but there's plenty of good scenes before and there's plenty of good scenes after, plenty of good characters before and plenty of good characters after. So that it is pretty much 50-50. However, negative-wise, the majority of the story negatives actually happened before the time skip. So that's interesting in its own right. Now, gameplay positives, the overwhelming majority of the gameplay positives are completely agnostic. They have to do with things like music design, save design, info in game, core combat, quality of life features, tutorialization, new game plus features, blah, 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 blah. Like, all that stuff doesn't matter, right? Which part of the game it's in. The only things that do are bosses, and frankly, bosses have been good across the board, right? However, most of the gameplay negatives are from before the time skip. So, I don't think there's anything really to be drawn from that in the strictest sense of the word, but I thought it was interesting enough to be worthy of sharing. So while I was unable to sleep last night, I did a couple of things.
Clive. What's something for you,
So we're going to go and give ourselves the Excalibur now.
Should last you a good while.
There we go. Anything else I can get right now? Yes, actually. Grab that.
No scratches, all right?
And that.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Excalibur looks like that. Not too shabby. Probably the second best looking sword we've had so far, I would say.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Let's see, where are we at on this?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you.
Down to 850. Okay.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Yeah, there's actually one of these I didn't do. I'll just go ahead and show that off, because, yeah. I didn't even attempt this fight. I decided to ask a friend to Google this fight for me. It is a level 45 boss fight. It's also, the item it gives is for a weapon I don't even have yet. So... Did everything else, though.
All right, Clive. Asterix. We'd finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that, in those words.
She did, yes.
Clive, were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
I can teleport. Yeah, I only gained one level and out of that, too, by the way. So now we're 36, I think? No, 35, excuse me. Oh, yeah, right. I wanted to try that out. So, just for the hell of it, I also decided to look up best combos. Most of what I found was the exact same stuff I've already been using. Go figure. At least in the mid-game stuff. Obviously, late-game stuff involves using Shiva and, well, that's it, but... So I don't have access to any of that crap yet. But... yeah, and Odin. But I wanted to try out this one. So, hang on. This is a weird one. We're going to play around with this a little bit. Let's see here. So we're going to need... I guess I'll just leave it as Garuda. So I guess it's these three, but... hang on. Let's just do something really quick here. Let's just hit the erase button. There we go. Okay. So obviously want Gouge. And Rook's Gambit. And then we want Raging Fists. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's down here. And Rising Flames. And then Flames of Rebirth, apparently. And then Wind Up. Of all things. Hi, Dream Whisperer. Let's go ahead and grab our basic stuff really quick. The stuff. Okay. That gives us a few points to burn, so let's go ahead and re-grab Ignition. And Limit Break. Okay. So we start off, actually down here, with Gouge, which is already there, and Rook's Gambit. And then we switch down here for Raging Fists. Then we switch up for Rising Phoenix. And, or no, sorry, wrong direction. Rising Phoenix. And then Flames of Rebirth. And then we finish off with Wind Up. Yeah, I just did. I know you didn't catch it. I know you don't watch me, Rax, but that's okay. So, okay. Okay.
Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry and all, are you? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obolus.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
My dear boy, my journey to Canberra has been a resounding success. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the contents of a strongbox with us, but considerable knowledge of the goings-on of the Free Cities, by which I learned of the endeavors of a young friend of yours. Though I for one believe Miss Telemon's project to be quite valiant enterprise, I doubt the Canberrian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted, and if rumors already reached my friend, it may not be long for the guildmasters rapping at our door. Which is why I pen you this note. I'd like to borrow your man Gav for a moon or two, that he might keep watch on those that might mean our little fellowship ill, and warn us of impending attack. I trust you'll give this proposal your full consideration.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in, all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care
Who?
of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Oh, right, Blitwell. She was cool. Where's she been this whole game?
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. But if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Cooker is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
You're seriously making Charon walk all the way out here.
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged.
Actually, I've been meaning to bring that up. Certainly the game has been acknowledging the loss of the Mother Crystals. Good on it. But I noticed there's been no environmental changes from the loss of the Mother Crystals. Now, it's entirely possible that they have nothing to do with the Blight, or at least nothing immediately to do with the Blight. But you'd think that if they did have anything to do with it, then it would happen. Like, there would be some visible change. Maybe the rate of expansion slows, maybe some lands start to regenerate their energy, something, anything. But in the absence of any kind of feedback whatsoever, well, that brings me to the simple question, why are they still doing it? And yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Rax. But I guess my overall point is I feel like the characters should be questioning their mission about this point, because they've knocked over all but 2 of the crystals as of this moment. And nothing's changed. So, yeah, maybe this process takes too long, maybe they're not connected, maybe they all have to be gone, maybe they all have to be present, maybe this is just making things worse, who knows? But the point is they're just kind of blindly going on. Yeah, that's also true. It's also, I don't want to bring this up, but it's been 5 years since they knocked over the first one. No change, other than the blight is still expanding. Question mark?
We cannot stop until every mother crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the crystalline dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we'd do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas.
You're ridiculous,
You wanted to buy
Aqualitas.
yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Careful, careful.
Stop that, you
Careful.
Britney Bones, you great galoot. There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen.
Dudes.
Glad to have you with us, Goots.
Oh, okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there.
I mean,
See yous down in
yes, it's an allegory for climate change, but it's not climate change. One of those weird things that fiction likes to get wrong is they'll use something as an allegory and then they'll treat the allegory as if it's straight, when it's not. This is a setting where there is magic, where giant crystals absorb ether from the nearby terrain, we think. I mean, come on, no. Again, I'm not saying that they should stop taking out the crystals. I'm questioning why they're not questioning it. Nobody at any point in time has been like, are we doing the right thing? Or do we even know what this is causing? Or why haven't we seen any changes yet? Instead, they all just are blithely going forward as if this is the only possible thing. Yeah, the lack of acknowledgement is the thing that's bothering me. Like, why? You have dozens and dozens of scenes to have things like, for example, Goots being excited to go with them to the Crystalline Dominion. Where's the scene about them questioning the very core fundamental structure of their plot?
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way, Captain.
be careful.
Aren't I always?
It's funny you say that, Lo, because there is something else they can do, and indeed have been doing, to help reduce the amount of ether
See,
drain.
that's it. Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
They've been reducing the number of active dominants on the field. Now, we don't know this for certainty, because we don't know anything for certainty in this game, but you can't tell me that activating an icon form doesn't draw a tremendous amount of ether in the act of doing, never mind how much damage it does to the surrounding terrain. Reducing the number of active icons can only be a good thing for reducing the drain of ether, right? I mean, that just follows logically. And we have knocked over a lot of icons at this point. In fact, there are only 3 still active that we know of at this point. Dominants will respawn, but this can still be a band-aid. I mean, Shadowbringers, you know? It's not a permanent solution, but we are reducing the damage and difficulty because we are battering, we're mega-manning some of that control over those icons away from people in a way that is preventing more. Okay, there we go. That was weird. More icons from being active. You can't tell me that's not helping. Especially Titan. Hey, Blue Wolf Alex. Thank you, as always, for the sub. Hope you're staying warm up there. Jot that down in just a moment. Or right now.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Taya.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Didn't you, boy?
No, yeah, you're getting my point, though, Mad Overlord. I feel like at least to some extent or another, I know exactly what you're talking about. I feel like to at least some extent or another, there should be some impetus of going after Bahamut and Odin, not incidentally going after Bahamut and Odin.
For merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
Thank you very, very much, little one. Always appreciate the sub. If you give me a moment here. Game. Well, that's Titan over there. I've actually been over here. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So it's going towards Civilization 7, the Live Alive remake, and Pokemon Violet. But you see how that could... So, okay, to finish my sentence, Blade Deval, that should be a talking point. That should be something where they discuss it. Like, picture the scene for just a second. They start talking about knocking over icons, removing the tremendous amount of ether they're draining from the land, and in the doing, causing less ether drain and blah blah blah, and everything's cool. And then someone else points out exactly what you just said. So we should be knocking over bearers as well, right? What? If we're trying to knock over magic users, bearers would be the next logical choice to go after.
Time to fight.
And then the scene goes quiet for a moment as they consider those words. Now, having said that, I actually don't think that's true. Based on my limited understanding of the lore, the whole problem with bearers is that they are drawing ether from themselves. That's why they slowly petrify, as they're draining their own life out. Whereas, by contrast, I've always sort of assumed that the dominants specifically draw from the ether around them. Especially given the fact that dominants can live within places like ether floods, and will specifically draw on ether relative to the area. And remember when we drew in all of that earth ether when we were fighting Titan?
So what do you think?
I think you should give me your side quest.
Make it out alive. Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead. And too much of it for us.
Now, I do agree with Dakoita. I think the real problem here, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I think the real problem here is we don't actually know how a lot of this stuff works. Now, it's possible the developers don't know how this stuff works, but regardless of whether they do or not, we do not know the specifics of the mechanics. Everything I've been saying is purely speculative.
To handle.
I take it there's danger on the road.
Oh, what about this fearsome-looking fellow? You think he'd be equal to the task?
Well, no doubt. Assuming he's willing to hear us out. Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart. You seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the pass.
He sent the two of us to fetch it, but it's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker. But I know the work of thieves when I see it.
My brother's right on all accounts. And by my estimation, the bastards are lying in wait just down the road.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but we've not got the skill in arms to boldly brave an ambush.
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. What do you say? Will you help us out? Chances are they'll come for you either way. if you promise to lend us a...
Yeah, right, I'll do your segments. Let's go.
Well, if you've cleared...
Well, now. Reckon...
All right. No, you just put an end to the...
Okay, I will go take out your bandits for you. Actually, Doom Rider's right, and you're right. I completely forgot about that. So we do actually have tangible evidence that being an icon wielder does cost the individual because of Sid. They also imply this about Jill, but we know it's with certainty with regards to Sid. So you are correct, and I am wrong, which means dominants also draw from their own mana, which is actually really strange when I think about that, to be completely honest with you. So I suppose never mind with regard to the icon thing.
But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take care of them.
I stand by my original complaint. They probably should at least have a discussion scene about, you know, everything they're doing. Okay, so we're doing
bandits.
This. We're doing this. And we do this. We do this. And we do this. And then we do that. I don't know, that doesn't feel like a lot of damage, honestly. Oh yeah, I did some hard data tests. Doing the weaving is actually less damage per second than just doing the combo. So, that's fun. Oops. Wasn't on Titan. Still doing the weaving by muscle memories, but I need to stop because it's literally less damage per second. Now you're probably thinking, how could that possibly be less damage per second? It's harder to do. Well, I found out another thing because I thought that was weird too. If you do the charge weaving, then it's actually more damage per second. I'm not even going to bother, to be honest with you. I was really terrible at that. It really threw off my flow of combat, so I'm just going to walk away from that. Now, Dream Whisperer mentioned something else, too. It's not like we always have to have certainty about what's happening. I mean, duh, that's how real life works.
Where's that card?
But to make my point most thoroughly, in FF14, we have a pretty good idea of how FF14 operates. When we see the burn, we know why the burn exists. When we are dealing with Alexander, we understand the nature of the threat Alexander poses. And when we see something like the abominations, everywhere they're called, we understand why that's such a terrifying and dangerous thing to allow happen. Because we know how the setting works, right? Because we have that infrastructure, because we have that understanding, because they bothered to do that prep work, we can now have greater understanding and appreciation for the plot points that they're throwing at us. And of course, it makes for a more interesting story because the characters know a lot of this stuff too. Now, to then immediately argue against myself, FF14 has Y'shtola and... oh my god. The guy who's me. I can't think of his name. Someone help me out. Urianger, thank you. To argue against myself, FF14 has Urianger and Y'shtola, two of the most learned and skilled scholars of magic and just the fundamentals of creation in that setting. In 16, we have Clive, who's good with a sword. Jill, who they have no idea who and what she is. Toombs, who gathers, books. Yeah, you get it. So I do understand why they don't have someone who understands what's going on. It just, I don't know. I suppose I don't have anything else to add to that. At some point, it feels pointless to even speculate, because we have no idea what we're doing.
Getting all of this out of here will be a nightmare.
And honestly, we're not even sure why we're doing it at this
We
point.
found ourselves the right man for the job, wouldn't you say?
Found the cart and didn't leave a single bastard breathing. Our merchant friend will be delighted.
And how exactly will he be getting his goods out of here?
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here.
Could you, like, raise the sus flag anymore?
It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
There's no need to be so rude, brother.
Seriously, game.
What if we want his help again next time?
Seriously? Seriously. Interesting idea, Loke, but honestly, I have no idea. Because I just realized you're right. And Doom Rider's right. We don't know in 16, and... Well, I don't want to get too negative, but that just de-invests me from speculating. If you get too Dark Soulsy, then I just... What's the point, right?
You've had your rewards and you're not getting any more. Now piss off.
That was a weird side quest. Why is that even a side quest?
I see the Dalmex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold, at least. The path continues on the other side.
Oh, I should at least acknowledge what Rax mentioned, because Rax is correct. Sometimes these games backload this kind of information way too far down the line, in my opinion. So it's entirely possible the answers to a lot of these questions exist, we just haven't reached them yet. Where the hell am I? There also could be some entropy involved. I actually talked about that already. There could be a loss of efficiency in the process, and so some ether might be getting permanently lost.
So this is Zemeckis.
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominance and bearers. To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse. Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
Actually, that's an interesting question. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, there's no way to just pull this up, like, normally. And this is when someone in chat says, you just have to do this thing. And I'm like, oh, okay. Apparently, this has been happening for centuries now. And the crater has not been filling. I have to go to tombs. Okay. Nothing new there. And nothing new there. Okay.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Just look at this place. It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
Then we'll have to keep our wits about us. Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Meanwhile...
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sanbreque.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it, and I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion. Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are
Yeah.
the words of a god.
Oh my god.
The Emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Greeker, made flesh. Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father. I find you much changed.
Yeah, actually, hang on. I'm sorry. Let's check that. Oh, hang on. I don't know what's up with the flowers. Also, before I go forward, there's a trope. It's called bullying the dragon. Rarely has that been so literal. Nothing about the flowers.
Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sambrek, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your Emperor in the wars to come.
Canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over.
Dion, do me a favor.
Your radiance.
Dion. I need you to do me a solid, okay? I need you to go find Terrence, because I think he's got your balls right now. Okay, get him back. And then go kill your extremely, obviously evil, stupid father.
Your syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring. I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Yeah, if that's the Wyvern's Tale, that makes a lot more sense.
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
Annabella, stop bullying the dragon.
I have suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
Come on, Cecil.
The Boklab markets are to the north. We just need to hug the coast.
And yeah, we do know that Annabella was born into a family whose entire job it was to ensure that Phoenix stayed in the family. And everything that implies.
Infiltrating the Dominion won't be easy with the Imperials on high alert.
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well-trained and increasingly battle-hardened. But it's not as if we can wait for the siege to end.
You know, screaming is good, look. I like screaming. I was gonna say something.
More refugees.
And they're all making for the Crystalline Dominion.
Because they don't know how to live without the crystal's blessing.
Hey, now that's one of the talking points I was going to bring up. Because realistically, what they probably need to do is figure out how to live without the crystal's blessing. That's gonna suck in the short term. No two ways about that, right? That is going to suck. But they probably need to figure out things like farming and agriculture and husbandry and ranching and digging for wells and water purification. You know, the basics. So apparently, even on the world map, like, that goes down a ways on the world map. Look at that. But here, it's just a lake. A weirdly, perfectly circular lake. Very, very natural. Very, man, you can actually see where the textures are running into each other. Anyways. I will also credit this game with... I guess acknowledging your fine qualities. It was just kind of out of left field for me. It's like, what? No, climate change isn't real. Hang on, we're getting hit with our second hurricane inside of a month, but climate change isn't real. Don't worry about it. The... words. I like the fact that they are actually acknowledging how Mass Effect this setting is. It's not something I see very often in fiction. It's actually an idea I enjoy, if I'm being honest. We covered something earlier this year, and I don't remember what, that had the same concept. It's when you are born into an environment, you know, as a people, as an entity, and you have some kind of natural advantage, which actually serves as something of a crutch for you. So your society doesn't progress the way it could or should, and because you're always leaning on it, right? You're always leaning on that crutch. So here, they're all leaning on the crystals. They're all leaning on the magic. We've seen that. We've seen that from the very beginning of the game. How did they provide water for their wells? Their wells aren't actually a pit that digs down into some kind of water source or reservoir or aquifer or anything like that. They're just a hole which they pour water into from the crystals directly. How do they preserve food? How do they transport things? How do they light their lamps late at night, right? It's all based on these damned crystals and the magic that they drain from them. They are so leaning on this crap. Yeah, exactly, Leonard. That's the Mass Effect parallel. They're so leaning on these crystals to the point of dependency. And I do like how the game has been acknowledging that. Fair, Blade Taval. I should say magic instead of crystals.
Buckland. Finally.
There are no crystals here. We have to keep going.
It's funny you say that, Von Falkenstein, because that's kind of how things work in Warcraft.
He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished by now.
For hire. The best service.
For those of you not aware of Warcraft's history, don't worry, I won't go fully in depth in this, because nobody wants to hear me talk about Warcraft for like 7 days. But in the older times, magic was definitely the dominant force in Warcraft, and it's slowly been drifting out more and more and more over time, because technology is just catching up. And as of, say, Warcraft 3, we'd already reached the point where people were having access to things like tanks, which could take on a mage. By the time WoW has rolled around, technology has started to outpace magic. Magic still has its place and purpose, but you get the idea. That makes sense, right? There's a logic to that. Technology, by its very nature, is about developing based on need.
Peaches and pears, beets and beans.
Wonders from across the water. Come one, come all. Feast your eyes. Good sir, can I interest you in...
That's a good point. How many archers have we seen in this setting?
How much?
for a measly crust of bread.
You won't find any cheaper. Not nowadays. But you're more than welcome to look.
Oh, absolutely, Blue Fusion Gold.
The Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation of the crystalline dominion is still in effect. Only those whose business in Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
Looks like we aren't the only ones who are eager to leave.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an exception?
Cool, so let's see. We've covered slavery, we've covered racism, we've covered inherent biases of seeing other people as less than they are. We've covered climate change, we've covered over-reliance on certain technologies, and now we're covering refugees. Anything else? We want to get anything else in this one while we're here?
The likes of you.
We won't get through without that pass. Let's go in and find Good, shall we?
Exactly, Kennex Cow. What else you got for me? Oh yeah, we've also had human, well, not human trafficking, that's more like just Mongols.
He must be around here somewhere.
Come and taste my peaches. They're sweet as nectar.
Moving on from that sentence. Short-term military options dragging on. So, you mean like the military operation that's happening right here? You mean how they even talked about this earlier? How the Kingdom of Waloed was like has this gigantic freaking army of doom, and hasn't knocked over the city yet, and it's just kind of. I mean, I suppose I'm stretching a little bit. I am stretching a little bit. Because obviously there's something else going on, and Barnabas is you know, clearly working for Ultima. But like, if you think about it, I could just see Waloed being like, yes, let's go, we'll conquer them in like 3 weeks, it'll be fine. 5 years later.
In Twinside.
Yeah, 3 days, we'll knock them over in 3 days, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Oh, good. There you are.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
Slow down, Good. Just tell us what happened.
It's me trader's pass. It's gone. We cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping checkpoint.
Do you remember when you last saw it?
It was in my pocket a minute ago. Then a bairn bumped into me and... Yeah. You don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
It wouldn't surprise me. A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
So, to get the pass back, we need to find this child. Where would we even start?
I know where! I've got a pal in Bock lad who might be able to help us. No one knows more about what goes on round here than she does.
Where do we find her?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
No time like the present.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure no one else is missing.
All right. We'll meet you there.
Let's keep an eye out for this red chocobo, then.
And the other on our purses.
The caravan stops next to the checkpoint.
What you're saying is we do have that allegory going, played at all. No, I'm kidding. It is a stretch, like I said. I was mostly making the joke. You gotta make a joke about things that horrible.
Well met. Farewell. What are you looking for?
There we go.
Farewell.
Oh, hey. Making my point for me. It's not even a well. It looks like a well, but it really isn't one. It's just a basin with a crystal pouring water into it. Like, it's kind of hard to see, but you can literally see the water pouring out of the crystal. You know what? That's true, Blade Jamal. We've got a Cold War allegory going on. This game is just... Okay, jokes aside... Analysis for just a second. A lot of writers like to write allegories into stories, usually because it's things that bother them, things that are on their mind, or just as a way to kind of bleed out their thoughts and opinions on a matter in a safe environment, right? This is normal. In fact, it is actually the dominant reason why most people will write anything, percentage-wise. Exactly, Blade Chaval. That's exactly where I'm going with this. It really does actually legitimately feel like the writers of this game really just wanted to pour as much of that into it as they possibly could.
Scooping up all the best customers.
Just every idea, every allegory, every concept, everything that was bothering them, all into one game.
Looking to hire a coach? It's 10 million for a two-birder to the Crystalline Dominion. Take it or leave it.
Oh, we're not here for that.
10 million.
Good day.
Oh, wait! Don't go, El! He's me mate!
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Boklad? I gather Lady Karen didn't send you.
I've long since accepted that I'm the weirdo when it comes to allegory and storytelling, but it doesn't bother me unless they're either bad writing, or, because, you know, bad writing always bothers me, or if they get way too overt with something, right? Even then, that doesn't necessarily bother me. I've seen extremely overt allegory work for me. In fact, I have an example that off the top of my head. Let That Be Your Last Battlefield from Star Trek: The Original Series. That is as overt as it gets, but it still worked. Hi, Steppenwolf.
So what trouble have you got yourself into this time?
It's me trader's pass. It got stolen. By a little bairn.
Of all the... You're the size of a marble. Honestly.
Yeah, execution matters to me.
Goots told us that you know the markets well. Might you have an idea which little bairn could have done this?
We don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then, we can be on our way.
I see. So neither of you has a trader's pass either.
That is lease, isn't it?
Not that anyone would take you for traders, but I suppose that's why you came to me, correct? Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass, but I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain.
In a cutscene. For some reason.
Ever since the Fist marched on the Dominion, the Republic has been clamping down on any commerce that might aid the Empire more than it does us. Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a way of easing one's progress to being essential if one wishes to cross the border at all. And with demand outstripping supply, they've become a precious commodity, leading some to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate means.
So the children are stealing passes to sell on the black market?
Yes and no. Passes are inscribed with the names of their owners, and yet none of the victims' names have appeared on the register of those passing through the checkpoint.
Which means?
That someone is doctoring the stolen passes. The same someone who is encouraging the children to steal them. And the same someone who has Goots' pass, no doubt. Whoever they are, they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants, which is why we've decided to take a stand. Will you stand with us? You want to get your pass back, and we want to ensure that no more are stolen. Catch whoever's behind it all, and 2 birds shall be slain with a single stone.
'Two birds? 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 'Two bir
Is there any other way of getting to the Crystalline Dominion goods?
They won't let you in if you're not with the caravan. It's that, I don't know, try swimming across the strait. But the guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So either we find the people who took the pass, or give up all hope of entering the Dominion.
Well, fight our way in would be the other alternative.
All right.
I get why we don't want that, I'm just saying.
Thank you kindly. Yeah, but I don't know your name. Eloise at your service.
Clive. Yeah, or flying, which we also don't want.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive.
Another seal. Put it on the sash. Put it on the sash.
The master of the furniture makers by the coach stop is spearheading the search. Wear that, and he will know you for a friend. I suggest that you speak with him first.
The furniture makers. Understood.
I will also say, just to get this out there, in my experience, people who complain about non-overt allegory aren't really bothered by the allegory or the overtness or anything like that. They just personally disagree with the thing that they're arguing against. No judgment either way, just that's been my experience. And yeah, to continue what Spartan mentioned, this very same game has been very overt about slavery is bad. But nobody's bothered by that, because why would we be bothered by that? The problem I had was the fact that they hit the bleak button too hard and too often, not the fact that slavery is bad.
Juicy pears! Slake your thirst!
Are you the furniture maker?
Looking for something in particular? Ah, Eloise collared you too, eh? Then I expect you want to know more.
She told me you were leading the hunt for the pickpockets. What have you learned?
For one, that they're targeting the traders carrying the biggest packs. Harder to watch your back, see? And less chance of the mark giving
There's been a lot of NPCs in this one.
Not that they'd be likely to catch them. Those imps know every inch of this warren like the backs of their hands.
Their eyes must have lit up when they saw Goots.
The fishmonger round by the gate's been trying to track down the children involved. You should go and have a word with her.
Thank you. We will.
Can someone do me a favor, please? Look up Vampire, that's with a Y, and the voice actor for Dr. Reed, because I don't remember his name.
You won't
Please.
find anything of this quality in Twinside.
You should come with me to the Dominion. Like.
Fish for sale! Fresh sorted and smoked! Can I interest you in... Ah, sorry. Message from Eloise, is it?
She's asked me to help her. To help you find the pickpockets.
Is that so? Suppose I better tell you what I know, then. For one, this isn't a family operation. All the traders say the children who stole their passes were dirty, dressed in rags. Street urchins, by the sound of it. We get a lot around here.
Orphans from the wars.
A few, perhaps. You saw the refugees gathered by the entranceway? They're all looking for a new start in the Dominion and beyond. Some of them take it as an opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted baggage.
The shame of it.
Whoever's behind this would have to have made themselves known to the children at some point.
And so should we.
You should start with the children around here, then. I doubt they're the ones involved, but they might have heard something.
It's worth a try.
Was just to point out, I don't think I heard that when we were playing through Endwalker. He voiced Fulcinal, the twins' father, I think. He's actually been in a bunch of stuff. He's Geppetto in Lies of P. He has several roles, including Therold over in WoW, and Laurent. And of course, he was Gaspard de Chalons in Dragon Age Inquisition, which I also don't think I heard. He was Samuels in Alien Isolation. Jeez Louise. I can see why they tapped him for this, since he's already been doing work with the studio that does FF14's voice work in English.
You should come with me
to the Dominion.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
Come, taste my peaches. They're sweet as
No.
Excuse me. Do you mind if I ask you something?
Can't stop you.
I was just wondering if anyone has asked you to do anything out of the ordinary recently.
Anything you grown-ups ever ask us to do is shut up and go away. So guess what I'm about to tell you to do?
Sorry. I'll leave you alone.
Sorry, Mad Overlord. Well, I wanted to be clear who I was talking about. But yes, he voiced Jackass in FF14. In fairness, if I just say he voices Jackass in FF14, I probably need to clarify a little bit.
Do you have a moment?
What do you want?
Okay, I've got a better way to say it. He voices the guy whose wife I've been banging.
What I want is to know who's asking children like you to pick pockets.
I don't know. Nobody's asked me. What's picking pockets? Do you get paid for it?
No, you get in trouble for it. So if they come calling, you know what to tell them.
This isn't Stardew Valley, Rex.
Excuse me?
What do you want? I don't have any money.
It's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk.
What about?
We've heard that some very bad people are making children like you steal from travelers. We need to know who's behind it so we can stop them.
I don't know much about it, really. But my friend, Honza, he said he got a job doing something dangerous.
Sounds promising.
We need to find him and ask.
Do you know where your friend might be?
He's usually by the tents outside town.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Have some money? Have some... We give her money. I don't even care. We give her a little bit of money. Here.
He'll probably be by the tents.
Here, have some money.
You won't hurt him.
No, have some money.
Come on!
I don't care. We gave her some money. We have pocket change. Here. We have money. We have money.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
No, that's asshole, Mad Overlord, not Jackass.
That's that then.
She must have meant the refugee camp.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
That big fat donkey was easy pickings. He wouldn't have noticed if we robbed his boots off him.
Yeah. Wish we hadn't handed over the pass, though. Could use one of those things to get out of this dump.
Chance would be a fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
Would they now? Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these charming characters.
Shit, we're in trouble now.
What do we do?
Don't run.
You two get caught if you want. I'm off.
Don't run. I'm faster than you. I would be if I wasn't just watching you run.
That was Honza, eh? Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
All right.
Agreed, Von Falkenstein. Here's a pro little tip that I hope some people will confirm that I'm actually right about. Because I might be wrong about it. When I try to talk to a kid, especially when I'm talking to a kid seriously, the first thing I do is I get down on my knee so that I'm looking at them eye to eye. So I'm not looking down at them. In my experience, that helps them to take whatever I'm taking more seriously. And of course, I just agree with that concept in general.
Daddy!
Because I'm not talking down to them.
Did you see a boy run past? He stole something from a friend of mine.
There was a boy ran back there towards the Chocobo pen, but...
Thank you.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Out of my sight, wretch.
Peaches and pears, beets and beans.
Hey.
This is everything. It must be transported.
Good morning, Ross. Well, by my own admittedly rough estimates, we've got...
Oh, shit. Cornered.
6 days left.
It's all right, Hansa. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions.
Fine. Not like I've got a choice.
I'm looking for the people who are making you steal for them. Who are they?
Called themselves the Carstones. They said they'd give me good gill if I did what they told me. I knew they were bad, but bread doesn't come for free. Didn't come at all half the time, before I started buzzing for them. You know, if I didn't do it, they'd just pick on someone else. Someone they could push around easier.
Hansa.
You found him then?
Jill. Where are the other two?
Eloise is watching over them. She sent Goots and I to look for you.
You're... him!
I haven't got your pass anymore, if that's what you're after. I gave it to the Carstones. Whatever you do to me, I can't get it back. Not that I go against them anyway. If it weren't for their gill, me and my mates would have starved.
Cowards. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
Wait, we're not...
Don't hurt him.
Do I have to?
You're making a mistake. We're on the same side.
Like hell we are. That brooch. Where did you get it?
Master Theo?
Goots. What are you doing with these people? Unless you're the ones my sister was talking about.
Your sister?
I am shocked that didn't turn into a fight.
Eloise didn't tell us she had a brother.
And why would she? I'm just her back and a blade. Theodore, at your service. Sorry about before.
Theodore, what do you know of the Cast Stones?
Vultures who have made Boklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with gill and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship. But it seems they've already stooped even lower than I'd feared. Hansa's a good lad. Don't blame him for what they've made him do. If he and his friends hadn't agreed to work for the Stones, some other poor souls would have. On pain of death, most likely. Clive, was it? And my sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing. Then we all want the same thing.
Yeah, actually. Jesus, Shadow Machine. Although I'd probably watch that, so I shouldn't say anything.
I'm sorry.
I don't apologize.
So, what's the plan?
What else? We find the Carstones and we crush them. You get your trader's pass back, and I make Boklad a safe place again.
All right then.
All right then. Hansa, where are they camped? Don't worry. They'll never know you told us.
Because they're gonna be dead soon.
Couldn't if I wanted to. They always come to town to collect the passes. Meet us outside the gate. I tried following them once, but they spotted me halfway down the trail. Said they'd string me up.
We'll try it this time. Which way were they going?
Back down the road towards Leighton's Cleft.
Good news. This game has mostly linear corridors, so we just have to go in that direction, and we will find them eventually. I would give this game a plus right now if they actually said that.
To Leighton's Cleft, then.
Leighton's Cleft is to the south, past the camp.
I mean, look at the map. Look, there's only so many places to go.
Oh, you better not have scared any birds.
Search pattern Omega. Singular line. But yes, sorry, to answer you, Noel. We have an absolute bare minimum of 2 more icon fights. Because there's no way we're not fighting Bahamut and Odin. I also imagine Ultima will turn into an icon fight, so that's probably a triple. Past that, I'm not sure. Hey, guys. What's up?
That's the one who's been sticking his nose in our business.
Hi.
You should have minded your own.
Keep your eyes open.
I doubt these were the ringleaders.
But at least we know we're on the right track.
Yeah, I'm anticipating a Leviathan fight. I'm not sure what the other one's going to have. I'm trying out a suggested build on Fall this time. I'm not actually feeling it so far, to be quite honest with you, but here we are. Like Derby said, I'm not willing to try stuff.
More foot soldiers.
Lol. Relatable. I will not be surprised if we end up fighting Shiva. I'm not predicting it, but I wouldn't be surprised by it. Oh, absolutely, Russ.
Not a bad haul today, eh?
Aye. Some of our new recruits are natural-born ne'er-do-wells.
Especially the little ones. That Hans has got nimble fingers, all right.
It'll be a shame when they chop them off. But till then, let's make the most of it.
Scum.
The leaders of the cast stones, I take it.
They don't deserve any mercy, Clive.
Okay.
I wasn't planning on showing them any.
Who do you think I am, Cecil? No, I'm playing Cain in this particular dynamic. Cecil's over there, about to usurp the throne.
Fuck! It's that guard from Bokland! Kill him! Kill them all!
It's still true von Falkenstein. I'm just saying. Honestly, if Sylvester turns into a giant turtle, I'm gonna laugh. I'm not feeling this combo at all, honestly. I think we're gonna respec again in just a minute.
Nice try.
Now's our chance.
God, Rex.
Too slow.
Ugh. Yeah, 15s and 13s super enemies were not particularly well designed, I think. True enough, Blurtival. I'm probably doing plenty of damage, but yeah, this is just not very enjoyable. I love the respec. And yes, you can, Adam Ciuda.
And they say crime doesn't pay.
In the interest of fairness, crime didn't pay. They're dead.
Gold chains, rings, purses. And traders' passes. Dozens of them.
Have the names been changed?
Not yet. I recognize some of them. No doubt Goots's is somewhere among them. Now I just need to sort through it all and return everything to the people it was taken from.
We should go and give Eloise the good news. Can we leave things here in your hands, Theodore?
Of course. Oh, and, be sure to tell her of the part I played, won't you?
We'll be glad to.
As the saying goes, then pay with your blood. All right, yeah. So let's fix our build here really quick because I'm not feeling this. Let me show you. Let's do a total refresh here. One. Okay, so max out limit break. Max out limit break. I remember what actually I use here. Definitely use that. Go ahead and get ignition going. Is this it? Yeah, here it is. Judgment Bolt. Expensive as hell. Ugh. Okay, so we've got ignition, Judgment Bolt, and I need Gouge. Mastered. And... the Wikes. So, the way I was doing hunts last night, I'm trying to remember exactly which setup it was. Well, I can't afford it, Drax, so I had to kind of work around that. But I believe we're going to put ignition to master so I can read. Yeah, no, it's for those who can't read that, that's 5,500 ability points just to master Judgment Bolt. And remember, all that does is allow me to assign it to other icons. So, then we go ahead and... I think we did this setup, and so it's... Or maybe it wasn't that. I think it was actually this. Yeah, here we go. This feels right. Okay, so there's the big hit, and then we're going to put... Oh, how did I have this set up? Okay, so Gouge is there, and Ignition is there. So that's kind of our filler. That's for breaking down Stagger, and that's for knocking over trash. Then down on Titan, we're going to put Will o' the Wicks, and that's it, apparently. And then down here, we put Lightning Rod. So the idea here is we essentially start in Garuda, and we'd start working their stagger bar down. Once their stagger bar goes down, we switch down to Titan. And I guess we'll just put Gouge here. And we switch over to Will of these are the wrong spots. God damn it. Hang on. We put on the Will, we switch over to Ramu, we drop the Lightning Rod, pop up into melee, and while in melee, cast Judgment Bolt. And this is how I was killing most of the hunts. Is that relatively simple combo. And this way I have access to the yank down and the block. So I don't really need the lunge anymore. No, you can even see in the animation that he stands in the same spot. Yeah, I did all the hunts that I had access to off camera. Is that maxed? Yeah, that's maxed. I don't care about Blind Justice, and I don't care about Deadly Embrace, and I don't care about Phoenix Shift. However, I do care about Titanic Block. Any interesting tidbits? No. Honestly, most of them were pretty boring. I was doing them while I was playing D&D. Oh, God damn it, Rex. I didn't do that on purpose. Oh, I can just...
Ah, Clive. How goes the hunt? My brother isn't getting in your way, I trust?
Quite the opposite.
Yeah, hunts were tasks, to put it very, very simply. And you know how that goes. We usually don't even review tasks. So that's probably going to be true this time around as well. They're not quite like FF12 hunts, where there's usually some additional story and lore and world building and all kinds of fun stuff like that. They were just, hey, go kill this thing. Okay, you're done. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying they're tasks.
So it was the cast stones who were behind it all. Theo told me he'd been on their trail. And their demise solves 3 problems at a stroke. That of the pickpockets, the bandits pulling their strings, and the passes they were stealing. I only hope yours is among the items you recovered. Only time and Theo's return will tell. Speaking of whom, welcome home, dear brother.
You are too kind, Eloise. Here, Clive. Goots' pass. Ask him to keep a closer eye on it from now on, would you?
I will. Thank you.
El, I've asked our boys to carry the rest of the goods back. Can I count on your help in sorting through it all?
Of course. I'll make some space in the storeroom. I expect you'll soon be on your way then. But it wouldn't do to leave without introducing yourself properly. Would it now? Sid. Don't look so shocked. We're on the same side.
I don't understand.
As you now know all too well, we at the Crimson Caravans are always happy to help those in need. For a small fee, we will move anything that needs moving. Be that goods to market, or bearers away from it.
I was the first my sister helped escape. If it wasn't for her, I'd have been branded as a boy.
I had no idea.
It just so happens that we are seeking to expand our operation. And who better to join forces with than the leader in the field? Wouldn't you agree, Theo?
I would. It seems our purpose is the same in more ways than one. So what would you say to working together again?
It would be our pleasure.
And our honor. The honor is ours.
Here, Clive. This is for you.
Another... God, my sash.
What is it?
El has friends in high places, while I have associates in, lower ones. That mark is proof that you're a friend to us both.
I shall bear it with pride.
Well, all that remains is to wish you a safe onward journey. Goots' pass should secure you a place on the caravan, but if you encounter any difficulties, we would be delighted to provide you with a coach of our own. For a discounted price, of course. Say, 9 million?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Try the caravan.
So this is a nice sequence. Positive worthy. But I have a weird question, and it's more or less the same question I've been asking several times. Why is this here at this point in the story? This is the kind of thing I would expect in a very down-to-earth, grounded, low-tier Final Fantasy story. The kind of thing that this game has dipped its toes into and then right back out of periodically.
Right then. Let's get this back to Goots.
We're currently on our way to knocking over the second to last of the crystal shards, having already knocked over several of them. 3, I believe. Like this is the thing we do after fighting Titan. Yeah, exactly, Rex. It continues to be an oddity how much this game wants to both be, Final Fantasy Tactics and Azura's Wrath. Now, I haven't seen anything that's really bothered me yet, but if I could complain, because that's all a game reviewer does, right, is complain. One of the biggest irritants I had in FF7R1's ending was that everyone was, like, ridiculously superhumanly powerful. Now, I know that sounds strange, but for most of FF7R1, we weren't. And that was working. There's a scene where, like, it's a point. Like, it's literally minutes before the big finale. There's this point where Barrett and Red 13 have to really work to lift, like, a chunk of metal that's fallen from the ceiling off of someone, right? Like, that's a big deal. Yeah, exactly, Rex. It's just, huh? Because, yeah, Tifa punching buildings at the end of the game. What? The overall vibe and tone of FF7R1, while I do have issues with it, was reasonably consistent until the end. And then all of a sudden, it just turned into nonsense land out of nowhere. That was one of the biggest things I had problematically with the ending, was it was just, I was suddenly playing a different game. Now, this game hasn't dipped into that level of, I don't know what to call that, whiplash, I guess. But it does feel like a similar problem. It feels... If I was to put it into words, I would say it feels like some people in the office really like this kind of ground-level storytelling, and other people in the office like the higher-tier storytelling, and the two have just decided to intermix. And again, this might be part of that kitchen sink thing we talked about before.
Pardon me, but would you happen to be a fighting man, perchance? That well-notched steel and impressive physique. I have need of a sword for hire, and yours looks to be a weapon well worth the coin. Might you be convinced to offer me the use of those formidable arms?
How exactly do you intend to use them?
Well, being something of a scholar of Zemeckis history, I wish to investigate the ruins near the city. And I require a rugged companion, lest I find myself waylaid by ne'er-do-wells or the beasts said to roam the area. Should you accept, you will not only earn yourself material wealth, but partake of the true treasure that awaits us there. The rich and storied history of Zemeckis. Well, will you ever party to a finer proposition?
Yeah, honestly, I think you're right, Rax. I concur. Kitase definitely likes the spectacle and doesn't seem to care what that does to the rest of the narrative.
My arms are yours.
Wonderful! Then come. We must away.
Trying to think.
Where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis Road, and from there, onward to discovery. Quickly! There is not a moment to lose.
Wait. I remember what it is. There's some RPG I've played.
Good luck with your ne'er-do-wells.
I feel like it was one of the PS2 ones. I could be wrong about this, though. So, Dakota's right. A random group of bandits should be something we just absolutely run over at this point, right? But there was some RPG I played which solved this weird little side problem. And that there was something in the setting that allowed them to punch above their weight. And so, there'd be a bunch of bandits, and they'd be like, oh crap, it's the hero, what do we do? And they'd activate the whatcha-fig. Like a mech, or a magic, or a golem, or something. I can't remember what the hell it was. Does this sound familiar to anybody? And then it's like, oh crap, and then we'd fight that instead of the bandits, because obviously the bandits are not a threat to us.
I want to know right away.
Bad news.
Good, actually. Something worth celebrating for a change. Only trouble is, the serving girl's still new to the job, so I can't leave her while I go and invite those I'd like to celebrate with.
What exactly are you celebrating, if you don't mind me asking?
I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. A Gotan 66, no less. Gotan Rouge is the only good thing to have ever come out of the Empire. Most wouldn't part with a 66 if you held a knife to their throats.
So I've heard.
Oh, so you know of it then? Clearly you're a gentleman of taste. A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament, perhaps? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give you a little something for your time, of course.
Sounds simple enough.
So you'll do it? Marvelous. Thank you. You won't need to go far. All three of them should be right here in the market. There's Aldrich the porter, Milan the butcher, and Bolek, a guard over at the north gate. Three of the finest fellows in Boklad, if you ask me. Tell them to come to the tavern when they finish for the day. Stop by again when you let them know, and I'll give you your little something.
I'll be right back.
I'm going to assume you already tried to skip them and it didn't let you, von Falkenstein. Which is interesting, because that should be available. Like, if I understand how they're doing skippable cutscenes, or the actual skip mechanic itself.
Hurry, man. I've been asked to find Aldrich, the porter. I don't suppose that's you, is it?
That's me right enough. You need something delivered?
The innkeeper sent me. He said there's a cup of Gotan 66 with your name on it when you're done for the day.
A 66? Look at me. If he's just got hold of it now, it must have been in the crates he had me carry down from Sambrek.
From the Empire to Boklad. You must be a braver man than most. That's a treacherous route to the best of times.
Such is the porter's lot. There's not a patch of storm these feet haven't traipsed across. It's Oriflamme one day, then off to Canva the next. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. Which is why there's no shortage of competition for some of the longer routes. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn myself a cup of something tasty. Thanks for letting me know.
I don't know, I've heard all the Imperials drink is piss.
Out of my sight, wretch!
Peaches and pears.
Come one, come all!
The caravan stops next to the checkpoint.
Are you Milan, the butcher?
That's me. What can I do for you?
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery. He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after you pack up for the day.
He knows me only too well. And I've got a ham here that will go handsomely with a nice drop.
Wine and ham to spare. Boklad clearly isn't suffering then.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. Those who travel the Crystal Road bring all manner of goods with them. We get meat from Sanbrek, herbs from Rosaria. Why, sometimes we even see curiosities from across the Narrow. My old man knew what he was about when he set up shop here all those years ago. Anyway, thanks for the good news. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll shut up shop early. Wouldn't want to keep our friend waiting.
Yeah, we know the games have mid-mission checkpoints. Mid-boss checkpoints. Like, we've tested that before. So it's weird that they wouldn't just let us skip to the next point if we're already there, you know?
The Empire's your enemy, not us.
I'm looking for Bolek. I was told he'd be guarding the gate.
Well, you found him. You're not here to enlist, I take it?
The innkeeper sent me. He's just taken delivery of a rare vintage, a Gotan 66. He thought you might like a cup.
I've never said no to a goat hand. I'm not about to start now. Thanks for letting me know.
You must be a busy man.
The market would be flooded with refugees if we weren't here to stem the flow. Oh, my heart goes out to them, all right, but we've got our orders. No papers, no passage. Plenty try to slip past us nonetheless. And every now and then, one of them's foolish enough to try and force their way through. And when they do, well, things can get nasty. You know what?
Yeah, it's true, Rex.
That wine's sounding better by the moment.
Hold on. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine. I spoke to your friends. They'll be along soon.
That's fantastic news. Thank you kindly. It's been a while since we all sat down together. And the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is my own.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fetch the good stuff for me. And then there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace, if ever there was one. Those three are the backbone of Boklad. Lose any one of them, and the market would soon fall apart. And without the market, I wouldn't have a single customer. I'd say that's worth a bottle of 66, wouldn't you?
And more besides.
Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Be they world-weary innkeepers or brooding swordsmen. Right, I'd better prepare for my guest's arrival.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan 66. If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup, though, if you're in a sharing mood.
A Gotan 60 bloody 6. Just as well I had something special of my own set aside. A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows, but it can't hurt.
Here they are, the three pillars of Boklad. Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. The woes of the world may be monstrous in many, but there's nothing like a few good friends to keep the misery at bay.
Never a truer word spoken.
Yeah, I've actually been paying attention. Most games have some kind of symbol that plays, or an animation, that indicates that an autosave is happening. I've seen no such thing in this game. That's unfortunate, because that kind of information can be helpful, as we're proving right now. Like, oh no, actually I did see that. Wow, that was fast. Did you see that? Never mind. So there is an indicator, it just goes by in less than a second. It's in the upper right.
Porter for hire. Best service.
I see you've been of some assistance to Eloise. Perhaps you can extend me the same kindness?
Perhaps. What would I be doing?
Finding someone. You see, I've been having trouble with thieves, and despite the many pains I've taken, I can't stop them from rummaging through my packs. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and he offered to track the culprits down. Now, Joseph's a sellsword, and a good one at that. But he's been gone days, and I'm beginning to fear the worst.
Any idea where his search for the thieves might have taken him?
The old Zemeckis Road, perhaps? He doubted they would be fool enough to linger here in Boklad. Joseph's lived a hard life. Made him grey long before his time. I just pray he hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
I can't imagine there are too many grey-haired sellswords around. Hopefully someone will have seen him.
There, did you see it?
That's that then.
There are no crystals here.
Yeah, we haven't watched a new episode of Trek in weeks at this point. Inconsistent time schedules. And most of our co-op time has been taken up with other stuff.
What do you want? I've no coin on me.
Just information. Has a sellsword passed through here? Grey hair.
Now you mention it, there was a young man with salt in his mane sneaking around out there a while back.
Which way did he go?
How am I supposed to know? Buggered off down the road, I expect. Now why don't you do the same and leave me be?
Sure, here's some coins for your trouble. No? Okay, sure. We have money, game.
Boklad.
surprised.
May I help you?
You'll hand over your coin if you know what's good for you.
Here's my coin! Oh, you want more? Okay.
Are you hurt?
Happily not, good sir. Thanks to your timely intervention. More importantly, we have arrived. Now, feast your eyes upon the marvel before us. Ruins, a relic of the fallen civilization. A sight so common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them, with very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me if you would. Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen? Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you. A tantalizing mystery, no doubt, but merely one of countless enigmas in which Zemeckis history is steeped. Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
He's passionate. I'll give him that.
He's actually got a point. I never realized it before because of the camera angles, but yeah. That's carved clean right there.
We don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. I'm looking for someone. A grey-haired mercenary.
Well, we haven't seen him.
Yes, we have. We saw him climbing up the rocks. Those ones, over there.
Maybe he found his thieves.
Mum won't let me near them. She said there's goblins up there, and that they eat little boys for dinner.
Shush, now. You've said quite enough already.
I only told him what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you.
Here's some money.
Did Joseph's thieves really lug their stolen wares all the way out here?
There really are goblins. That's a lot of bones.
I think we've found our thieves. They don't look happy to see me.
That would actually be really fun. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Don't have to give too much. We don't want to overwhelm them, but you know, something.
Too slow.
Yeah, no, there were certain cutscenes. I actually don't know what. I think it was actually a battle. That if you had the graphics cranked on the PS5, the PS5's internal system would actually just shut down and say, "Nope, we're good," due to overheating.
Stay down.
I don't know if it literally melted them, but I do know that it was causing shutdowns. Ugh.
Let's get this over with.
Stop! Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Joseph? So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you. She was worried you might have got yourself killed.
Have I been gone that long? Wasn't hard finding the thieves. The problem was knowing what to do with them when I did.
I take it things are more complicated than they appear.
Listen, they can't be decent people. They're ugly.
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. You know why that is? Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems, or anything they couldn't eat, for that matter. Add to that the rumors of goblins in the area, and the mystery practically solved itself. I soon found their cozy little homestead, and all the missing food. I launched myself at them, full of righteous fury, but their leader was the only one who moved to meet me. The others, they huddled around that food, ready to die protecting it. They stole because it was that or starvation. I've been there myself, back when times were hard.
So you spared them? And earned their trust into the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area. They don't know how to survive such barren lands, so I've been teaching them. And once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boglad.
I'm impressed. I didn't know goblins could be reasoned with.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back to the market once my work here is done. Oh, and don't mention the goblins. I don't want people coming here brandishing pitchforks. Not now this lot have sworn off thieving.
Your secret's safe with me.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Joseph's fine. He'll be back once he's tied up a few loose ends.
That's a weight off my shoulders.
He certainly knows his business. He found your thieves all right. And I dare say they won't be coming back.
A good man to have around, that Joseph. And if he says there'll be no more thieving, that's good enough for me.
I don't want to point attention to this, but you notice how extremely low res the texture is on that wooden plank on the left there? I've been transfixed by it every time we've been at this particular camera angle. Like, look at that. That's PS1 texture right there. It's really weird.
Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Here, for your troubles.
Actually, you know what? I have a theory. A lore theory. Oh shoot. Oh god, how to enter photo mode? Oh, I don't apparently. I do like giving negatives to gameplay. Okay, fine, we'll do it really quick. There we go. No, this one. No? There we go. Nope, that is just a terrible texture. Nothing else for it. That's all that is. That's just a terrible texture. I thought maybe we might have a culling problem. But no, that just looks awful. Wow. Okay. Moving on.
That's that then. No traders pass.
Yep, time to uninstall the game.
There are no crystals here. We have to...
Well, it's just weird because, like, look at this plank of wood right here. This pole. It's right on the side of the screen. That's a much higher res texture. Like, look at that. And it's probably a wraparound. Hell, it's even got Scarbucks on it. Like, this bench, you know? Yeah, we're still cranked. Everything's still cranked. Although, the whole thing looks terrible. Look at that. What in the world? Alright, hang on. Hang on. Now, this doesn't bother me. This isn't negative worthy. I'm just curious now. So hang on. Let's refresh the game. Shutting down. This reminds me of when we were going through FF7R1 and the background PNG was like this extremely low res texture. Come on. It takes a while to unload, doesn't it? Jesus. Yeah, I heard that they fixed that. I thought that was hysterical. Of all things to fix. I'm with it. It's just, it is funny that it was actually a bug and not, you know, terrible visual design. Good news, Yura. It never gets better. Yeah, there's your autosave icon. Enjoy that. That's the longest you're ever going to see that on my machine. So Rising Tide is one of the DLCs. What was the other one? I wasn't even looking at it. Okay, nope. It's still... Well, no, hang on. What the hell? Echoes of the Fallen. There we go. And now it's back! It's back to being terrible. I saw it be good for like a second there. I'm so confused. That is wild. Whatever. Moving on.
That's that then.
Echoes of the Fallen. Okay, so... Oh, we're gonna fight Omega.
There are no crystals here.
Great. I am not looking forward to fighting Omega in this game. I'm gonna get my butt handed to me. It's okay, we got the cheat rings if we need them. We haven't used those yet. I'll probably use them at some point, literally just to try it out, just to see what it's like. See how good the built-in cheats are.
Not again.
No, it's okay. They're goblins. They're cool. They're... Oh, okay, whatever. Come here. No, that's why I immediately jumped to the conclusion that it's going to be Omega. It's a Final Fantasy game. It's an optional DLC, and the Fallen are very insect-like. There's not a lot of options there. Like, could be Ravana, I suppose? Yeah, I legitimately don't know. I mean, Rising Tide is probably Leviathan, but past that, I don't know.
You're going to get yourself killed.
Oh, that would not do. That would not do at all. Not when such majesty stretches out before us. Behold, the final sin in all its glory. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. A battle of such ferocity that it tore a great crater in the very land upon which it was waged. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man enrage the gods, and great was the vengeance that was rained down upon him. Alas, the full truth of the matter is lost to time, though I live in hope that I might see it discovered. But we must not dwell upon such things. There is more yet to see. Onward. History
I was actually just
awaits.
thinking that, Loke. Like, I saw the goblins, and there was just this moment of, do I have to fight these goblins? Oh, god damn it, Playtable. Yep, time to fight X-Death. But not Zeromus. We'll fight him later. Would I really be mad? No.
Oh no.
Okay.
He's really got himself into trouble this time.
Oh, Jesus.
That's better.
These guys. Out of my way. Oh my god, get out of my way. Do not matter. Ah!
It's over.
There we go. Now I can concentrate.
Nice try.
I have no idea you're on. Wrong button. That order, or whatever.
Nice try.
I think I have Horizon 9. I feel like I do.
Good work.
$9,500, $9,800, something like that. A few years old at this point. Still a beast.
Still in one piece.
It would seem so. Once more I am in your debt, and once more you impress me with your prowess. These were no ordinary foes, but ones we in the field call echoes. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind by the gods, he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the ruins we see before us here, in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere speculation. But one day, perhaps, I will learn the truth.
Not if you keep running headfirst into trouble.
You are right, of course. And not only have you plucked me repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my ramblings.
Glad to help, but didn't you say you came here to investigate something?
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late. And so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive audience, if you will.
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so. And now, my good man, it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just don't go running off this time.
And yeah, I just double checked. It's a Ryzen 9 5950X. So Rax is correct. Oh, and I apparently have a 3080 for my GPU.
And so ends a delightful day. Here, your reward for humoring my selfish whims, plus a little extra for the trouble I have put you to.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Yeah, I honestly dread when I inevitably have to update my machine again. I'm not there yet. I'm still effectively ahead of the curve.
Come on.
This is probably the most difficult game I've had to stream since I got this con. And even this I'm managing. I need, unfortunately, to AFK for a minute. Especially since I haven't brushed my teeth since I had breakfast. So I'm gonna go do that. Starfield was just an unpolished, unoptimized pile of garbage. This is actually, you know, a game that taxes my system. And I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I really want to meet is...
Here you are, Goots. Try not to lose it again.
Me pass! You found it! Oh, thank you so much. Nan would have killed me if I'd come back without it. I'll have to say thanks to Elle and Theo, too.
So should you, Hansa. You and your friends don't have to steal anymore. If anyone threatens you again, you know who to turn to.
We do. And we already have. Miss Elle's given us a job shifting the chocobo shit out the stables. It's hard work, and the pay isn't half what we got from the stones. But if we stick at it, we'll keep ourselves fit.
You stick at it, then.
And Goots, I'm sorry for stealing your pass.
That's all right. I've got it back now. And all's well that ends well, eh?
You said you're trained to be a blacksmith, right? Well, I'm gonna be your first customer. I'm gonna save up all my gil and get you to make me a massive sword.
I'll do me best.
Till then, eh?
Alright, I hope you enjoyed this down-to-earth thing, because we're probably about to go after Bahamut. Like, everything indicates the next step is Bahamut.
All right. We have a place on the wagon.
Oh no, I've definitely been noticing some things, which of all. But, you're right, it's been getting a lot better. Which makes sense, since I installed a fan patch.
We're mercenaries. You hide us to protect you.
But mercenaries...
And you remember the plan? You're to ride all the way to Twinside. Jill and I will go with you as far as the outskirts, then find our own way in.
I'll buy that stuff I need.
Right. And we'll scout out the Imperial's defenses.
There's a square with a big bell tower right in the middle of town. If you get lost, or out goes wrong, we can meet up there.
All right. Let's go.
Not for nothing, but I just want to say that the PC version of FF12 looks really good. Like now, it looks really good. Even things like the HUD or the textures, the menuing, stuff like that. They polished that sucker.
I see. And you're quite certain your father has no knowledge of Ultima?
I am. I have no difficulty believing a sinister force has come to exert an influence on Sanbreque. But be that as it may, it is yet to claim my father. For better or worse, his radiance speaks his own mind.
Definitely worse.
Then the fiend works from the shadows.
I confess, when first you told me of this fiend, I had my doubts. And more than a few at that. A beast that labors to plunge Valisthea into turmoil, all in pursuit of your brother. But that wound is proof enough that evil is afoot.
Then I have your answer, Your Highness. You will join me in my fight.
Come on, Cecil.
I cannot. Not yet.
Your Highness, please.
As you are aware, the Dhalmekian army is at our gates. They have lost their mother crystal, and with it all hope of a negotiated withdrawal. It is but a matter of time before they invade. If Bahamut is not here to meet them, my people will be slaughtered.
Though not by Hugo Kupka, thanks to Ultima's machinations. I know the fate of your people weighs heavy on your conscience, but if we do not put an end to Ultima's plans, they shall face a far darker fate. The chaos he would wreak would sweep all of Valisthea into the abyss. The lives of every man, woman, and child in the Twins are at stake.
I believe what you say, Phoenix. But I have duties of my own, and I must discharge them. Come what may. What do you know of my blood?
I know that it is wholly unworthy of the highest offices of state, which rightly belong to those of purer breeding. Alas. Your bloodline runs through the Oriflamme gutter, from a whore who weighed her child's worth in gil.
Have you threatened my father?
Of course not. I merely whispered in his ear that his mongrel son is plotting a rebellion.
What?
Sylvester listens to the words of his astrologers. And they have ears too.
You have been feeding them your lies!
Should you remain loyal to Emperor Olivier, his radiance may yet crown your head with laurel, and not with tar.
Fork-tongued witch!
In consideration of your long years of service to the Empire, I shall forgive this uncharacteristic rudeness. Now hurry and make ready, Your Imperial Highness. Emperor Olivier expects much of you, Dion. Or should I say, of Bahamut.
I just had a random thought. If Ultima didn't exist, she would be the main villain. She might not be the final boss. That would probably still be Barnabas. But really think about how much of the events of the game are happening directly because of her and her actions. All the way back to the prologue. I once again find myself wondering if this really was two stories that were kind of dovetailed into each other.
May your fire reduce his enemies to ash.
It would, Rax.
Till all of Valisthea bows to its rightful ruler.
Like, Annabella is the closest thing we have to a face to the system. Oh, absolutely, Logue.
There is another darkness that has taken hold of Sanbreque. And until its grip is released, the flames of war shall spread ever wider, just as Ultima wishes.
Forgive me. My family has caused you much grief.
You are not her keeper, Phoenix. This is a matter for the Imperial household now, and as a member of that household, it falls to me to resolve it.
Come on, do it. Do it, Cecil.
At such time as that is done, what strength I have shall be yours.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Let us take to the skies together, and bring a new dawn to Valisthea.
I should like nothing more.
See you around, Steppenwolf.
Terence.
My prince.
Tell me true. Do you believe what I'm about to do is wrong?
We dragoons have but one leader, Your Highness.
And it sure ain't the Emperor.
And we shall follow him unto the very end.
Thank you.
So, Terence brought his balls.
This is my decree. For their crimes against the crown, the traitorous Annabella and her usurping son shall be put to death and the Empire restored.
Congratulations, you bullied the dragon. Who happens to be a very popular person who happens to be directly in charge of the military. Oh, and he's also Bahamut. I don't want to be negative about this, but Dion is so much more of a character than Clive is. Have you noticed that? It's not like Clive is a bad character. It's just he continues to be mostly there. Dion has had so much more characterization in so much shorter period of time. I was thinking about this last night because I was talking to a friend about... Yeah, exactly, Rex. I was talking to a friend of mine last night. I was talking to my brother-in-law because... he was asking me about something, I don't remember what, and I gave like a hesitant response, and he's like, what, is the main character not good? And I was like, well, no, it's just, the game does this weird thing where it spends huge swaths of time on essentially nothing. You notice that, right? Like, I know I tend to come down hard on empty text, but ignore that for a second. Really think about, think about the timeline of the game for a second. And think about how much of how many hours and how many minutes are spent on which characters or which world building or which plot points or which theme points, right? Clive is on screen for huge swaths of the time, but he's very rarely in focus. Point in fact, most of the actual Clive scenes are fine. But we've only had like 2 of those, you know? And yet Dion, by contrast, has had equally a small number of scenes, and yet his character growth has been fantastic across each of those. He has had an actual character arc, in addition to developing him as a person. It's weird. Where the game has chosen to spend its time confuses me. If I was to be cynical, I would say that the game was deliberately stretched out in order to spend more time on certain sections in order to make the game longer. I don't know if that's true, though. It could literally just be Japanese storytelling. That is a thing, right?
So stop you getting eaten by fucking wolf. That's what. Come on.
One would never guess that these people stood on the brink of war.
And they're afraid. They turn to drink to forget their fears.
Anything you want to forget?
That's a good way to put that, Rex. There have been a lot of filler scenes for a lot of characters, except Dion has been like 100% meat every time he showed up, right? Even the scene where he was clashing with Odin on the field, you remember that? That still demonstrated several aspects of him as a person. His popularity with the troops, his casual control over Bahamut, his rapport with Terrence was actually introduced in that section, and his desire to not continue to fight Odin as Bahamut because of the collateral damage that would cause. Like, all of that was there. First scene we saw him in.
The harbor is empty, and half the market stalls too. The city may seem peaceful on the surface, but it's balanced on a knife edge. Were we to give it a nudge, it might be just the distraction we need to reach the Mother Crystal.
I thought you might say that. We should send for Gav. We'll need someone to keep the fires we start from going out.
And we can busy ourselves scheming until he gets here.
I'll send a Stolas then.
Yeah, I hate to say it because I get a lot of flack for thinking games are too long, but I agree, Rax.
What is it, boy?
I guess the battle started. if I might be so bold, this is just speculation at this point. Is that the girl with the medicine?
What's happening?
I don't know.
Torgal!
Jesus, Torgal. We're on the second story.
This way.
As usual, the length itself isn't what matters. It's how long it feels, right? I've said that so many times. And the thing I was going to say is that a lot of people don't... I'm getting a little defensive here, admittedly, but a lot of people don't understand or value the strength of a good editor when it comes to storytelling. Lots of people can write good stories, but they need a good editor to parse those down into something more understandable, more presentable, more enjoyable, right? Good editors are invaluable. And I feel like a game like this absolutely needs a good editor. Like Rax was just saying, trim down some of the fat.
The one with the bell tower. In the middle of town, right?
Thank you.
Guard, watchman, or sentry is to be...
Yeah, I think this is our coup.
Spare the citizenry. His Highness's orders were clear.
In case you missed that, any guard, watchman, or sentry is to be slain on sight, but spare the citizenry. We're in the middle of a coup. Yeah, Dion made his move.
What in the hell is going on?
Let's go and see.
Right. But first we find Goots.
That's true. Terrence brought his balls. Hi. Here's my identification. No, really. I'm joking, but at the same time, I'm not. If you see someone turn into a pillar of flame and just charge at you, you probably know who they are.
You quickly cut them down.
This is my identification. Yeah, here's my ID card. Yes, we can go about our business. Move along. Stop healing him. Yeah, we're killing the wrong people here, but then again, they don't know. Yeah, everyone's now hyped me up tremendously for this chapter, so now to be totally disappointed by it. Actually screwed that up.
Too slow. There's no doubt about it. They're dragoons. What is this then? A civil war?
Yeah.
Never thought I'd be glad to fall into a sewer.
Excuse me. 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 Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me.
None of the enemy forces remain. Look down on the men. We press on to the council chamber. Yes, Captain.
So the dragoons are pressing to the council. I bet you money the nobles will back Dion in this too.
The evacuation is complete, Captain. Good.
Men and women removed to the market district. Evacuation complete. Now they're going to go dethrone a pretender.
There it is. The bell tower.
Right.
Only we had a hammer. Hello, Czar. Hello, PP Good Fate.
Ah, a goods lift.
Yeah, honestly, I could buy a pittance of people being on Sylvester and Annabelle's side. But really, only a pittance. Sorry about this. We're on the same side! So die with honor, because there's not much else I can do for you, buddy. No, not the priest. Well, I mean, the astrologers probably are actually on their side, but I just mean there's probably going to be some soldiery, guards, watchers, stuff like that. We're probably going to be loyal to the throne because they either don't know any better, or they actually like the situation, or because they actually think he's a better ruler, or things worked out for them, or whatever. There's always someone who's going to be loyal to the jackass, especially in ignorance. I can make a political joke right here, but I'm choosing not to. Honestly, considering it has only been, like, what, days since Olivier was... Or not Olivier. Oliver? I don't remember his freaking name. The kid was crowned. It probably... This is probably the riot in question. That's true. Some nobles absolutely want a child ruler. Much easier to control. Excuse me. Could you come over here, please? Thanks. I appreciate you.
Take this.
Nice try.
And yeah, this is very Annabelle, isn't it? No, wrong button, wrong bucket. Ah, I'm wasting valuable stack of time. There we go. Ah, that's terrible. Yeah, this game is not very well optimized. Plain.
It's over.
Yeah, but I could have done even more damage. If it makes you feel any better, the chat's actually laggy on my end, too.
Damn it. We'll have to find a way around.
There's really not much else I could do at this point. This game is just not super optimized, so here we are. That's true. Of course I'm loyal to Sylvestra. He gave me a mansion. And of course I'm loyal to Annabella. She gave me sex! mean, that is all she's good for. Is being on her back.
Stop! In the name of His Highness!
Yeah, that sounds like an insult, but no, that's actually a statement of literal intent. She's a breeder. By her own deliberate choice, and by her own upbringing, she's there to be bred. So, her only skill... I wonder if she's such an idiot. No offense to sex workers. I would never stain them with her blood.
Hold on, kids. We're coming.
We'll find out, Pancakes, in probably about, say, a week and a half, 2 weeks. Somewhere around there. Yeah, she also failed miserably at being a mother. That's cool.
None shall pass!
I don't... Look, I'm really not against you, I swear. Me and Dion, we're tight, yo. I know we've never met before, but we're tight, yo. You, come here. You not. I'm trying to deal with your ads.
Nice try.
You, go away. I mean, Dion was a freaking general who fought on the front lines with his men. Of course he actually had experience. I mean, the Cecil parallels are obvious, but yeah, there's definitely some General Leo in there, too. That's a good question, Blade 12.
Enemies on the ramparts!
Please don't. Just don't. Just don't. Go home. Have a drink. Enjoy a nice chunk of cheese. Maybe some mead. Just go away. It's like the 8th time I've done this whole play. I've never gotten used to holding down R2 to open doors.
Can you see him anywhere?
That's not Bahamut. Okay.
It must be one of the Dragoon's pets.
store for us.
Get ready to move.
No, every now and again, Istinian just kind of grunts, like, huh. And that's it. That's his commentary. I've noticed this exact song has been stuck in my head a lot lately. And I think it's because it's, you know, the boss song, the song we've been hearing the most. I could be wrong. And we hear it for long stretches of time, too. True, Rex. There's a lot of motifing going on. No, wrong button. God damn it. Terrible. Dragging it out and just die. God damn it, you have no health left. Not 1%ing me. Haste raid at the high end of things. Screw you. Die. Jesus Christ.
Over here, Clive! Are you alright?
Hi, Goods.
Goods, there you are.
I didn't know there'd be a dragon.
Don't worry, there's no more dragons.
All right, let's get out of here.
Oh!
What now?
Is that Mother Crystal's heart?
What the hell is it doing up there?
I said no more dragons.
Bahamut.
Okay, I noticed the yellow eyes, but you're gonna have an explanation for that, right, game?
Your Highness, don't do this.
We must leave. Now, Your Grace. I beg of you.
This is not what he wanted. Something's happened. Forgive me, Yoda, but I must put a stop to this.
Your Grace!
I mean, yeah, I've been saying all along we're gonna fight Bahamut, and I haven't been sure why. Yeah, in case you missed the yellow eyes. Whoa there! What?
So, what do we do now then?
We destroy the heart.
But he might come back!
As soon as the flames die down, the Imperials and the Dalmex will move in. This may be our only chance.
And Bahamut has gone for now. You should get as far away as you can, Goots.
Yeah, get out of here, dude.
What? And leave you lot in the lurch? I can't do that.
Goods.
If you're staying, then so am I.
Goods.
I packed everything up before I made a run for it, so if there's out you need, just ask.
Actually, I could use a
Well, I
refill of
won't be
potions.
giving it away for free. Nana'd never forgive us if I did.
Thank you, Goots.
I'm going to use the stones to destroy the stones. I'm not sure why that became a meme, actually. It just made sense.
Do you need out? I've got some good stuff for yous. Thank you. Right on, here you go. How else I can do for you?
Just glancing.
it's all done then, no?
You be brave now, boy.
Drake's tail is right there, Clive. It's time to free Storm from the crystal's curse.
Is this going to take longer than an hour and a half? Normally I wouldn't have to ask a question like that. Okay.
Oh, it's past time. But remember, Bahamut is still out there.
And I dare say we'll be seeing him again before the night is done.
Hope you heard Doom Rider. Discussion at a minimum, everyone. Nobody talk.
No more roads.
We'll have to find our own path.
Yeah, Titan was a chonker.
Feel that, Clive.
Which I suppose makes sense.
Just what we need. Another flood.
It's already turned them.
Then there's no reason to hold back.
I mean, we haven't exactly been holding back anyways. So. Interesting musical choice. Naruto, Dragon Ball, what's the difference? Great, we're getting like Spectre things too.
Come on!
Who the hell?
Bet you're all ready. That's better. Well done, Togo.
Well, the good news is Von Falkenstein is in a few months here there will be an rumination going live about anime. Cyberpunk Edge Runners specifically.
occupied.
Joshua! Joshua!
Don't, Clive. It's too dangerous.
Fuck. Hold on, Joshua. I'm coming! We have to save him.
And we will. We just need to keep moving.
Not them again. Not now.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm busy. I don't have time for you.
What was that?
Bahamut. He'll kill us all. There he is. Joshua! I'm here, brother!
Clive. He can't hear you.
Seriously.
Joshua!
They're heading for the heart.
Then so should we.
Now.
It's over.
We have no idea what's going on with Annabelle at the moment. But or the Emperor, or Oliver, whatever the hell his stupid name is. Yeah, there's a whole lot of, huh? Oh god, imagine if the game started right here. Would be an interesting experiment. The only good thing about the trash is that I can get rid of it quickly. Why did I say that out loud? Yeah, let me waste some time on this guy. No, like, but no, like, flash forward. The game just starts here. It's just the beginning of the game. That was also a proper rotation for pretty much the first time on camera. I only made one mistake that entire time. Help you. Why do you exist? Why do you exist? Go away. I started mashing?
Are those the council chambers? How are they still standing?
I don't know.
But a foul magic prevents these from not doing their noble duty of being evil.
He'll be all right, Clive. He's a survivor.
We're getting close.
What the hell are you?
It looks like somebody doesn't want us getting any closer.
I don't care what it wants.
Neither do I.
Necrophobe. Okay. I don't think Gilgamesh is going to help us out this time, so... Too slow. Parry the charge. Too slow. I hate bosses that cheat! You saw that, right? I almost had him at the half stagger again, and he just refilled his stagger bar. Let's do the phase transition. Can parry the charge.
Nice try.
If you'll let me, game.
We have to end this.
Oh my god, it interrupted my attack. You asshole, you cost me a cooldown. Two of those I got. Sorry. 2 out of 3, I'll take that. My house.
These beasts, they're getting stronger.
We can think about them later. Right now, there's only one thing we need to focus on.
The heart.
Okay, so that was bus 1 of 15. So how many dozens of phases are we thinking Bahamut's going to have?
It's worth a try.
Titan had, I think, 8? 7 or 8. So I'm guessing 10 phases for this fight.
Quiet.
No. The last boss will have 16 phases.
Is someone there?
Mother.
It's you.
What happened here?
He tried to take him from me. Oh, my boy. My darling boy.
Is this the child you made with the Emperor? Why, Mother? Why did you betray us all?
That's a dumb question.
Answer him.
We took you in, savage. Show some respect for those who raised you. Honorable Elwyn, always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people. It is to protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as this bloodline remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line. I bore a son of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sambrek, that I might join my line with the Lesages and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix!
You sold your country for a child.
Why did he need another? You had Joshua.
I had nothing. You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength? Oh! How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's firstborn was surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long for this world. The shame of it! The shame of being slandered by one's inferiors! How could you ever know how that feels? It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix choose you?
Joshua's every waking moment was spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him. That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
Joshua, my darling boy. I never meant to hurt him. The soldiers' orders were clear. He was to be spared. Why did you survive when the only one I truly cared for died?
What? Have you not looked out of the window? Joshua is here! The Phoenix lives on! He's battling Bahamut as we speak!
Yeah, normally I'd complain about a scene like that, but I think Clive just needed someone to yell at for a minute, so I'm gonna let that pass.
Joshua! Wake up!
And she, of course, has no understanding of human empathy, so all his arguments fall completely on deaf ears because he's speaking alien to her.
I'm a shield of Rosaria.
Yeah, for once Jill was on point there.
My duty.
Pun intended.
What are you...
No hesitation. Not when it comes to his brother.
Ifrit? Joshua?
And now we fight Bahamut. This is gonna suck. Thankfully, Bahamut seems to be enraged, and again, yellow eyes, so we actually have a chance at this. Meanwhile, while people miles away. What the hell is going on over there? Oh, I think it's an Avengers film. Oh, okay. Wait, what?
First the harvest, then the heart.
What are those? Oh, Jesus, pay attention more. We learned Spit Flare. Or Spirit Flare, I couldn't tell.
Face the consequences.
Me? Yeah, it took me a moment to figure out how the turret aimed. That's why that doesn't make sense. Damn, it only did 1.2 million damage. Ugh. Alexander's are easy answer.
Shit. Can't reach him. Don't do this!
And yes, I caught the obvious symbolism of fighting on the symbol of oppression of the entire setting. In fact, it's actually a doubler, because it's a symbol of the oppression of the setting, made out of the oppression of the setting. The flower made out of ether.
I'll come back for you.
So, yeah, I kind of saw this is coming. Whoa there. don't know when Mega Flare became... Well, actually, I know exactly when it was FF9. I don't know why Mega Flare became a bunch of precise hits instead of the big-ass hit. But I've actually kind of been down for the change.
Your Highness! Stop this! Please!
It varies him up a little bit from your typical. And gives him some distinction from some of the other heavy hitters in the FF series. Probably low.
Where is he going?
Ignore Lavos in the background there. Fall. In the earth red. That's a hell of a jump. Now for phase 15.
Clive, thank the Founder.
or never, Joshua. Thank you, brother. Now it's my turn!
The hell is that?
Clive, get behind me!
Sure.
If you're sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like the gun turrets under his wings, but otherwise I'm fine with it.
Good work, Joshua!
God, that name's weird. See, I notice his health isn't moving anymore, which means it's time for a phase change.
Now, Joshua!
makes you feel really interested, I have no idea why we're fighting Bahamut right now. I actually have a couple of theories, but I don't know. Only 3.4 million? Ugh. Doing such low deeps. We don't know yet off the deep end. Yeah, but why are we fighting? Like, why is Bahamut destroying the capital and killing a bunch of people, Tsar? The answer is, we don't know. Phase 18.
What now?
Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it.
This is drinking the ether. We have to stop him.
Now we're playing as Diabolos.
If we become one, this may be enough.
Oh good, you're still in there, Joshua. Although I noticed Ultima's in there now too. Did you catch that?
Together.
What?
Are you ready? Ready!
Well, we can officially say we've been to space as of this point. No, he's got a full health bar, buddy. Okay. You, Why is that the button? Okay, whatever.
How can we hope to match such power? By trusting in our own.
Yeah, this might be visible from the surface. We're kind of in low orbit here, so we're not super far out. You know what this is? This is what the Leviathan fight should have been in 15. Prove me wrong. Yeah, Bahamut didn't want to be outpaced by merely fighting a mountain. Phase transition. Again. Hey, Dream Whisper, we're in space. Got to end in a beam battle, right? the hell is Odin gonna be after this? Don't answer that. Brother, I can't fly. Ah, brother! Congrats, there goes the ozone layer. See, nukes were the solution all along.
Joshua! Clive!
Oh my god, freaking hug him. Freaking hug him. No! No! Okay, good. I was gonna be mad.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're alive. We both are. Nothing else matters. I never dared hope that I would see this day.
Reunited at last.
It took 40 hours.
Jill.
So, Dion, care to explain?
This is for my father.
Now that is interesting. I wonder if he ever existed. Or if he was corrupted from a child. Like from birth.
Oh, no!
It's...
It is done. The demon that would tear our house apart is no more. Father.
The Mother Crystal. It's collapsing.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we came to do. It's okay, we can fly now.
Wait.
Yeah, no, we need to get Dion out of here.
I owe him a debt.
Alright, Joshua, you vouch for him.
Fine.
I believe you. But we got some explaining to do. Oh, also, can I have Bahamut Sparrow? No. There we go, thanks. Ching. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
You there. Tell me what section it.
Take questions. Don't reinforce the walls.
Report, Captain. It could be signs of strength.
Can nothing be done to call them off?
I regret not, Your Radiance. The Dragoons answer to none but His Imperial Highness. The Council is powerless to intervene.
We're hearing reports of rebel
Madness is this, Dion.
You did this!
Focus all efforts on extinguishing the fires around the capital. The city can wait.
Yes, this is not the work.
Don't dally, man. Go!
Your Radiance.
And I want you to find out
Make sure the doors are locked.
next movement.
By the light! Dion, have you taken leave of your senses? Call off the Dragoons at once!
Fear not. The populace will come to no harm at their hands. I am here to save you, Father.
Save me?
A creeping darkness hides in the heart of Sanbreque. It stems from your wife, the traitorous Annabella.
Not another word, Dion.
Father, though you may not see it, the darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself. But I bid you remember, there was a time when you ruled not with cruelty, but with compassion. Why now do you turn your back on your people? Why now do you seek to stoke the fires of war? You too have borne witness to this change, Your Eminences.
I was gonna say, this speech is for them.
And you know, as well as I, who is responsible for it. A puppet now sits upon the throne, but cut his strings, and the master loses the power!
What?
Dion, you bear steel before your Emperor? Guards! Take him!
No. See, the thing is, in reality land, that's an order are not magic words. You actually have to earn that loyalty.
Every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. Those were your words. But when the last of your citizens has fallen, and all of their homes have been reduced to ash, what will become of your empire? Of its rulers? Of your god? As the mother crystals crumble one by one, and the blight sweeps in to claim all that we hold dear, our people look to their emperor for protection. Yet he labors not to secure their futures, but to seize what is left of the twins for himself! Even if it should come at the cost of everything his loyal citizens have labored to build!
Dion, you must understand.
A small price to pay, is it not? You've been blessed with great power, Dion. Enough to win me the world. So go, claim Valisthea for me, brother.
Ah.
Dion.
And of course, Ultima did that on purpose.
Gods! Gods!
Father.
Poor father. How he doted on his children. That he would die to protect me was plain. It was but a matter of when.
You planned this?
You did well to endure so long. But you broke in the end, as I knew you would.
And now Muthos approaches. Put him to the proof. I would see if he breaks. Go, Bahamut. Kinslayer.
Not again. Brother? It's a long story.
What do we do with her?
You cannot stay here, Mother. Come. Take my hand.
Get away from me! This is all just a dream, just a bad dream! You will not take me, Shadow! You will not take me!
Mother.
I was right, Equalitas. Though the game surprises me now and again, for the most part it's following the standard beats. She had to either ensure her own downfall or be killed by her machinations. And, well...
If it is consciousness that weaves your wills together, consciousness that blurs the boundary between your own will and that of others, then we shall set you apart once more. The ties that bind you shall be severed, and humanity return to its proper place. By primogenesis shall a new age of reason begin.
Relax, Your Majesty. Don't you want to play? It's been a long time.
If that is your wish.
Men, you are as meek as all the others.
You'll find out, Spark. One or the other.
Such feeble creatures. Gifted the power of icons, yet slaves to fickle emotions which usher you to your doom. And so you bind your fragile wills with strands of consciousness. The wretched handiwork of a wretched people.
The sons of fire were united at last, and for but a moment their flame burned bright. Soon Muthos shall become our perfect vessel.
And then shall the world be remade.
Not before the bonds are severed, of trust, of respect, of love. Only when every strand of consciousness is cut away, may Muthos return to our side. By primogenesis shall all be undone. Mankind shall be rid of his wretchedness, and Muthos of his will. But while he yet clings to it, he has the power to forge bonds anew. And so we bid you, find Muthos, and sever every one.
To destroy that which has no physical form. You ask the impossible.
There is nothing your black blade cannot cut, Odin. We shall unite with Muthos and bring forth a new world. So long as our vessel remains unclaimed by humanity.
It shall be done, Master. My will is yours. Mother.
Okay, then. Barnabas, buddy. Hey, listen. I want to introduce you to a concept. It's called getting a hobby. Okay? Like, just chill, you know? Take a moment. Breathe. And then exhale. Okay, now stop being a creepy bastard! Alright, so, hey, look! Only one crystal left. His hobby starting a cult. Oh my god. Okay, get a new hobby. A slightly less horrible hobby. The swordsmanship count. No! Oh, I actually can't. Oh, alright, whatever.
How is your brother?
Asleep since I returned from the Dominion. Taya says he should be back on his feet soon enough. For a while, at least. She discovered something on his chest. A swelling, circled in stone.
The curse. For every mountain we climb, another rises up to greet us, doesn't it?
It's Excalibur.
It's never ending. Even the sky seems to have grown tired of it all.
Chapter 87. Things fall apart. We now have fricking Bahamut. It's a charge. That sounds like fun, but not useful. Have you enjoyed this game so far?
Tell you I'll be happy if I disturb Joshua.
So, something that's been pointed out to me, and I agree with this, is that the second half of the game has been hitting better for me overall. Not in any big one-sentence kind of a way. More like the execution, the little details, the specific side quests, and cutscenes and character moments and stuff like that has been doing a lot better since the time skip. Which is funny, because I wasn't a big fan of the time skip. A fact I stand by. But it really feels like the story has shifted gears substantially post. It's interesting. So, apologies for the long answer. Yeah, I'm enjoying the game so far. I'm still probably never going to replay it. Length pretty much ensured that, but we'll see. I'm not even 100% on that. We'll decide what's going on with the purple thing in a bit. I need to jot down some very quick things. We're going to add a third character positive here for no reason. Don't mind me. Look, if I had infinite time, the equation would be different. That's actually a question I like to ask myself. If you have truly infinite time, if you could just hit the pause button and go spend a year doing something, and then come back as if no time had passed, how does that change the equation? Because time is always the eternal currency, right? I saw that, Blake Joel. So, if I had infinite time, would I replay this game? Truthfully, it depends on the nature of the New Game Plus. I think that's the linchpin that would determine if I could replay this game. If I'd be willing to replay this game. Exactly, Doom Rider. I want to see it for myself. No, we haven't beat it. No. We're days away. I'm going to have to chew on how we part and parcel that, but I do want to say one thing. I've been thinking about this for a minute. I think I am going to give one story negative. Annabella's death. It comes close to something I would enjoy, but it doesn't get there. And the game just doesn't do enough with her. There are so many ways that could have gone that would have been more satisfying for me. Her taking the easy way out doesn't bother me all that much. But there does definitely need to be some kind of catharsis, especially for someone who is, as I mentioned earlier, kind of behind everything in the game today, right? Like, think about how many individual side quest characters and plot beats have been specifically caused by her. She's our Hojo, right? She's our Geshtal. So, I don't think that moment did what it probably should have. Joshua being willing to reach out to her was interesting, admittedly. And having her actually accept that, they could have done some stuff with that. I don't think she would be redeemed, quite the contrary. But they still could have done some interesting things to have her continued perspective be there as a background element to the narrative. They also could have had her completely go insane. And I know what you're thinking, she did. No. Let's talk about suicide briefly. There's this thing when it comes to things we regret. Let's call it like that. It's called in the moment. That's what I call it, excuse me. But legally it's called a crime of passion. What it refers to is when someone does something in the moment without really thinking about it. And in many cases, in hindsight, it's the kind of thing that you don't actually really want to do, right? You don't actually want to go through with. Exactly, Rex. She had a lapse in judgment, and in the moment decided to cut her own throat. There are other directions they could have taken that. For example, you could have had her flailing wildly because she has no idea what's going on and she's freaked out about everything because her son was an abomination and her husband was dead and her pieces are falling apart and her whole line is gone and blah, 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 blah. And I don't know, maybe as she's flailing, she ends up essentially accidentally stabbing herself, either on her dagger or on the nearby terrain. There's a lot of debris there, or something like that. All kinds of ways in which she could have actually still led to death in a way that's a little bit more appropriate, I think is how I would phrase that. Another thing you could have done is, and they would never do this, to be clear. Yeah, exactly, Luke. Or have Joshua reach out the hand, and like the camera's on Joshua and her, and then just like something comes from off the screen. Maybe it's a dagger, maybe it's a sword, maybe it's a fireball, I don't know. And she's like, thunk. Joshua turns on, huh? And Clive's just there. Come on, we need to go. And like, that's it, right? Because he's already had his catharsis in the universe. Clive already had his moment, right? So yeah, Jill and or Clive kill her. She's dead. Character beat is concluded. Joshua still gets his moment of, you know, being able to reach out the hand to his enemy. You get the point. But instead, it feels like it's cheap for the game, not just for Annabella, like Blade Javel mentioned. I do like the idea of Jill killing her. Now that you say that, I was thinking Clive, but no, I like the idea of Jill being the one to kill her. No, they'd never do that, Will King. Never. All right, maybe they just leave and she runs out. Gets attacked by the mob. There's all kinds of ways they could get that. But nope. Quick slice. We're good. It reminds me of that thing in Devil May Cry. You remember that? I even complained about that. And I have been yelled at for complaining about that. About how several of the writers of Devil May Cry insisted that a character killing her father was this horribly deep traumatizing thing when that father is like the most evil jackass in the entire setting, who was horrifically monstrous. And she knows it too. She knew exactly how horrible of a person he was and how he brutally, ritualistically murdered her mother purely for the sake of him gaining more power and ruling as a god. And it's like, yeah, no, she's totally scarred from that. Wink. Anyways. Moving on. I have nothing else to add to that. That's the only major negative I could see from that. The positives, though, I'd have to think about, which I will do during the lunch break.